from me, but also time management from your side, I hope. I therefore ask for your indulgence and cooperation from all the delegations, from member states and observers, as well as the Secretariat in conducting our work efficiently. In that respect, I would like to make the following recommendations as follows. As per the practice established during our previous session, I would be extremely grateful if delegates do not engage in group or national statements in a vacuum, but rather focus their statements on the specific topics under discussion in the relevant agenda item, as well as to avoid repetition of similar views as much as possible. Any interventions on any item will be limited to 3 minutes per delegation. Interventions for regional groups and political groups will be limited to 5 minutes per regional group or a political group. I will strictly observe this rule from the beginning, just keeping in mind that we are having a very heavy agenda load to consider. Secretariat, your presentations should also be as brief as possible, and I wish to note that many of the pre-session working documents, as well as some information documents, have been made available on the website, and that member states have had access to the advanced versions of the working documents for some time. Representatives of observers will be accorded time to contribute towards our discussions at the end of the items under discussion, bearing in mind the speaking order I just presented. And I also call on you to focus your interventions as much as possible and to cooperate in your interventions as much as possible. Let me now address the issue of statements to which member states may wish for a right of reply. Rule 39 of the Rules of Procedure for the United Nations Environment Assembly provide as follows. During the course of a debate, the President may announce the list of speakers and, with the consent of the Environment Assembly, declare the list closed. He may, however, accord the right of reply to any representative if, in the opinion of the President, a speech delivered after the President has declared the list closed renders this justified. As per the practice of the United Nations concerning the right of reply, and keeping in mind we have only 5 days to discuss our substantive agenda, I wish to recall the following. The right of reply only applies when a member state wants to make a statement that replies to a prior statement made by another member state on the same subject. The right of reply does therefore not involve the making of general statements. Accordingly, right of reply and general statements cannot be combined. Delegations should use restraint in the exercise of their right of reply, and the exercise of that right should be as brief as possible. Delegations should exercise their right of reply at the end of the morning or the day or at the end of the consideration of any item. Thus, the right of reply is not automatically exercised immediately after the statement by a member state. The number of interventions in the exercise of the right of reply for any delegation at a given meeting should be limited to 2 per item. The first intervention in the exercise of the right of reply for any delegation on any item at a given meeting should be limited to 3 minutes, and the second intervention should be limited to 2 minutes. Rights of reply should be made by delegations from their seat. In line with the rules of procedure, differentiation between members and non-members must be respected, and states non-member will participate at the invitation of the chair. The The speaking order that I mentioned a few minutes ago and differentiation between members and non-members will be respected. Can I take it that we all wish to go along with my proposal on these housekeeping arrangements for the conduct of our business during the week, including the speaking order for the session, for the efficiency of our work, as well as the time limit for your interventions? I see no objection. This is so decided. I now have the pleasure of inviting the Secretariat to make some housekeeping remarks. Ms. Tessa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, my name is Tessa Goverse, and I'm the Principal Coordinator of the Secretariat of the Ad Hoc Open-Ended Working Group on the Science Policy Panel to contribute further to the sound management of chemicals and waste and to prevent pollution. As invited by the Chair, let me make a few practical announcements for delegates. Delegations who wish to take the floor should do so by pressing the button on the desk in front of them. Delegates are advised that they should only ask for the floor from the designated seat of their delegation. Once the button is pressed, the light on the microphone will flash red. Once given the floor, the technician will open the microphone and the light on the microphone will turn red. When talking, please speak clearly and slowly so that the interpreters can follow your intervention. And once you complete your statement, please remember to turn off your microphone. I also would like to remind delegates that the rules of procedure of the Environment Assembly will apply for the conduct of our meeting. As such, I would like to take this opportunity to remind all participants that UN system events are guided by the highest ethical and professional standards. This means that this is a harassment-free meeting and that all participants are expected to behave with integrity and respect towards all other individuals attending or involved in the organization of this event, regardless affiliation or origin. If you are a victim or witness any misconduct or harassment during the meeting, please reach out to the Secretary as soon as possible so we may address the issue. Dedicated meeting rooms are made available for each of the regional and political groups, as well as for stakeholders. Regional groups and political groups are scheduled to meet every morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. after the meetings of the Bureau. If necessary, those groups can also meet during the lunch break from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. The room allocations can be found on the screens in the corridors and above the meeting rooms. For information on availability of other meeting rooms, delegation can reach out to the Secretariat through the following contact person screened on the slide. Regarding the venue, please note that the entrance to the meeting venue is open daily from 7:30 a.m. until 8 p.m. Delegates may remain on the premises as late as necessary. However, entry into the venue will not be allowed after 8 p.m. The Secretariat has made arrangements for the main cafeteria to operate until 9 p.m. and the Delegates' Lounge to remain open until 11 p.m. I'm happy to confirm that the meetings of the plenary are conducted in all 6 UN languages. Informal contact groups will be conducted in English only. As indicated by the Chair, arrangements have been made for live web streaming through a dedicated YouTube channel. The link to the YouTube channel from plenary is available on the meeting portal. Information on the daily program of web streaming is also provided on the Open-End Working Group meeting webpage. I would like to also inform you that there is no registration required to access the web streaming. Finally, Member States are invited to send their statements in writing to the Secretariat through the email address screened on the slide to facilitate interpretation. To facilitate the work of the Secretariat invites Member States to name the file as displayed on the slide. I thank you.
I thank Ms. Kovers Tessa for this information, and I now suggest to move on to the conduct of our business. Let us turn to agenda item 2, the election of officers. Distinguished Excellencies, delegates, the open-ended working group will consider agenda item 2 entitled Election of Officers for the election of the remaining vacant seats in the Bureau. In this connection, I would like to recall that the following members of the Bureau were elected at the first session of the open-ended working group, namely Ms. Goody Alkmaar of the Netherlands, which is me, as the chair of the open-ended working group, as well as the following vice chairs: Mr. Linroy Christian of Antigua and Barbuda, Mr. John Yu Li of China, Mr. Oumar Diarry Cissé of Mali, apologies if I mispronounced your name, Her Excellency Ms. Jacqueline Sida from Pakistan, Mr. Michel Chiran of Switzerland, and Ms. Judith Torres of Uruguay, who recently replaced Ms. Valentina Sierra through a silence procedure in accordance with Rule 19 of the Environment Assembly Rules of Procedure. And I would like to both welcome and congratulate Ms. Judith to be part of the Bureau, as well as Mr. Cyrus Mageria of Kenya as the rapporteur of the open-ended working group. I also would like to recall that at the resumed first session of the open-ended working group, 2 seats for the Eastern European states remained vacant in the Bureau, and that 4 member states from among those states had presented individual nominees, none of whom had been endorsed by the Eastern European states. Following further consultations within the regional group and at the group's request to allow for additional regional consultations, the open-ended working group at its resumed session decided to postpone the election of the Bureau members from the Eastern European states to this session. After the resumed session, the resumed first session of the open-ended working group, following further consultations within the regional group and based upon the information received from the group as circulated with member states and as received by the Secretariat, 1 individual nominee withdrew her candidacy, leaving 3 candidates that have nominated themselves: Mr. Alexandru Rosnov from Romania, Mr. Vladimir Lenev from the Russian Federation, and Mr. Roman Filinenko from Ukraine. As such, there are currently 2 vacant positions of the Vice Chair in the Bureau for the candidates for the Eastern European States Group, and we have received 3 possible candidates that have nominated themselves. With that said, I would like to open the floor to seek any update from the region on the nominations from the Eastern European States Group. And I understand that Ms. Anna Berijani from Georgia has facilitated consultations during the past few days, and I would like to see if there's any update from the region. Ms. Anna, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, considering the situation regarding the election of the members of the Eastern European Group, I want to inform you of the outcome of the consultations in the region. Unfortunately, after many hours of intense discussion, we couldn't reach a consensus within the regional consultations regarding this matter. The region held a hybrid meeting on April 26, 2023. At this meeting, since no consensus was possible, members expressed their preferences for the candidates for the groups through an informal roll call vote, resulting in a majority supporting the candidates from Romania and Ukraine. However,
Sorry, Georgia, there is a point of order. Russian Federation, could you clarify your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of the Russian Federation has raised the point of order due to the fact that the representative of Georgia was not authorized to make this statement on behalf of the group. Moreover, if there are any interventions to be done on behalf of the EEG group in absence of the elected bureau members in this process, they should be delivered by the coordinator of the EEG group in Nairobi, which currently is the Russian Federation. In this regard, Madam Chair, we request you to stop intervention of the representative of Georgia, and if it is not done so, we ask the delegations present in the room to ignore it. Furthermore, we request you, Madam Chair, to postpone the secret ballot to a later date in order to enable delegations to receive appropriate instructions from their capital.
Sorry, Mr. Russia, I think I asked you to clarify your point of order, but it seems you're kind of going into a general statement.
Sorry for that, Madam. So just our request would be to terminate the intervention by Georgia because it was not authorized by all members of our group. And if you decided to allow the speech to be continued, we request you, Madam Chair, immediately to give the floor to the Russian delegation as the next speaker to explain our position on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation, for clarifying your point of order. It was my understanding that as a point of liaison for the Bureau and as a facilitator for the group, I invited, for the group's consultations over the past few days, I invited Ms. Anna from Georgia to provide the information on the consultations that have taken place in the region. But I understand that you may have a different view. So what I would suggest is I allow Georgia to finalize her statement, but then also allow you to provide your views as well. So Georgia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will continue where I stopped. The region held a hybrid meeting on April 26, 2023. At this meeting, since no consensus was possible, members expressed their preferences for the candidates for the group through an informal roll call vote, resulting in a majority supporting the candidates from Romania and Ukraine. However, this still didn't lead to the consensus required to nominate 2 candidates by the region. The region also held meetings on Saturday 9 of December and Sunday 10 of December. During these consultations, we discussed the preferences of the candidates, but we couldn't reach consensus on 2 candidates to be nominated by the region. Madam Chair, I hope that this body will take into consideration the preference of the majority of the member states on our region. I thank you.
Thank you for this, Georgia. I would now give the floor to the Russian Federation. You have the floor, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the regional group meetings on Sunday and Saturday, the Russian Federation made every possible effort to achieve consensus in the group regarding candidates for the EEG countries for the election to open-ended working group bureau. Unfortunately, our proposal was torpedoed by certain members of the EEG. In the absence of consensus, the only possible way out is to hold elections in the plenary setting. We request you, Madam Chair, to postpone the secret ballot to a later date in order to enable delegations to receive appropriate instructions from their capitals. For that, they need some time to consult their capitals and to give instructions for which countries they have to give their vote. At the same time, we would like to inform the delegations present in the room that the meeting which the representative of Georgia speaking before us was referring was held in violation of a number of norms established within the UN system. Firstly, the nomination of all candidates must be carried out in a fully in-person meeting by the delegations physically present in the room. From 23 countries from the EEG region, only 8 were physically present at the referred meeting in April. Secondly, any voting within the regional group, including so-called indicative votes, can only be carried out if all delegations agree to conduct such a vote and subsequently agree with its results. At least 2 countries physically present at that meeting clearly objected to hold such a vote. However, Romanian ambassador in Kenya, Mr. Dragoș Tigau, who was chairing the meeting, ignored the opinion of these 2 countries and held so-called indicative vote, which has shown the absence of consensus in regard to all proposed candidates. At the same time, we would like to remind delegations that it was during this meeting that Chair, Mr. Tigau, allowed it himself to make inappropriate racist remarks comparing representatives of African countries with monkeys. And the results of these meetings are now being presented to us as an example of multilateral diplomacy, decision-making process within the UN system.
Are you getting to a closure?
Yes. There we once again call on delegations to take part in the vote without any regard to outcome of the EEG regional group meeting held in April, under the chairmanship of Mr. Tigau, who soon after this incident was requested to terminate his term of duty as an ambassador, and he left Kenya. So, Madam Chair, we repeat our request to you to take a decision to postpone the elections by secret ballot to a later date during this week to allow delegations to report to their capitals and to get instructions how they should vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russia Federation, for providing also your views. Thank you, and apologies for taking 1 minute to consult. Oh, I see that Saudi Arabia has asked for the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Science Policy Panel is a very important panel for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it is very important also for us to meet these new emerging challenges. So we see the issue of not having the full bureau is formulated will affect our progress in this such panel. What we would like, we don't see a problem with postponing the election for countries to reach consensus, because that will drive the process into a streamline to reach all the bureau members being elected. And that will help us expedite our work in the panel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just wanted to make a proposal, but I see that Jordan asked for the floor. Jordan, you have the floor.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة نضم صوتنا إلى صوت.
Thank you very much, Chair. I agree with Saudi Arabia regarding the fact that this topic is of essential importance with regards to the creation of this panel. We need to have discussions in a transparent manner. Therefore, we should defer to the countries of the Eastern European Group to give them a chance to perhaps achieve consensus. We all have great respect for that regional group. Therefore, we'd ask you to postpone this procedure until a later time so that we can consult with our capitals and so that we can also have consultations with the other regional groups. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jordan. I now have on my list Ukraine, and if there's no further request for the floor, then I would like to propose a way forward. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, good morning. I would like to express my appreciation to Georgia for the report, as well as to the members of our region for their support and dedication to find a solution within the group. We have spent an entire weekend trying to find a solution. Only one country opposed to consensual decision, and it is clear that the position of that country will not change. Our group cannot discuss, our size policy group cannot discuss technical issues for what we are all here. Instead of having expert discussions that will benefit the process, we are stuck with the election of 2 remaining bureau members from the EEG. Taking this into account, as well as the absence of consensus in the region because of the principal position of one country, and in order to facilitate the technical work of the experts from EEG, we would like to request the esteemed chair and proceed with the voting this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine, for sharing that with us. What I would like to suggest is that, having listened very carefully to all the views that we have heard expressed during plenary right now, it seems clear to me that there's, and I don't even think that that was suggested by our colleague from the Russian Federation, that there is a likelihood that giving more time during this week will result in consensus. But I would like to first suggest that also to ensure that we will have representation from the region in the Bureau, that we decide that we will, that it is the wish of the open-ended working group to proceed with electing the 2 candidates from the Eastern European group as vice chairs to the Bureau by a secret ballot. I see the Russian Federation has asked for the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We still think that delegations need to be given chance to consult with their capitals. Because everybody was ready for consensual decision, And some countries, some delegations have no instruction how to vote. And at least 3 countries in this room asked you to postpone the elections, to give countries the chance to request their capitals. I think that's usual and normal procedure within UN system, and it has to be taken on board and regarded. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I did hear you, but I think my suggestion was to decide that we resolve this issue by a secret ballot vote, but I didn't indicate the timing yet. That was going to be my second question, or my second suggestion. So can I take it that we can agree that we will proceed with electing the 2 candidates from the Eastern European group as vice chairs to the Bureau by a secret ballot? And if I hear no objection, then that is so decided. Then now, I would like to... I heard a couple of preferences, whether or not we can proceed with the voting right now, or whether we should return to the voting by secret ballot at a later stage in the meeting. But I wonder if there is any preference within the group on how to continue before I make a decision. I'm not sure if I have had an opportunity to hear all the views. So the floor is open for your consideration. Thank you. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would restate our position that we would like some time to consult with the capital, since we were expecting there will not be silent voting. So I appreciate if the time is given for us to be consulting our capital. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Saudi Arabia. Any other views? So it seems that there's no other views. I heard Czech Republic. You have the view.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues. I think this is a very important issue we have to deal with, and since this agenda item has been included at this point of time on our program, for a good reason, for obvious reasons, we would need to finalize, to complete our bureau as soon as possible to allow, a proper work during the week. Simply said, we would need to elect 2 remaining representatives of the Eastern European group to make sure, that there is the proper representation of the Eastern European group in the Bureau, to make sure the proper, communication channels throughout the week. Postponing the issue could and would certainly make this issue more difficult. We heard the information provided by Georgia. Thank you for that. That there was made every effort to reach consensus. It was not possible because one country still opposing the consensus. So perhaps it would be very reasonable to stick to the agreed agenda order and really to carry out the secret ballot as under this agenda item of elections of officers as foreseen by the program. So this is our firm belief and firm recommendation at this point of time. Thank you very much.
Okay. I have on my list now Romania and then Russia Federation, and I would like to close the list. So if there's any other views, please push your button. Otherwise, I close the list and then I would propose a way forward. So I have Romania, Russia Federation, United States. Romania, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair. I will be very short. Romania fully supports our colleague from the Czech. It's exactly what we want as well. We need to have a bureau that it's functional today so we can start work on the substantive matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russia Federation. Russia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam. Not for the first time we are hearing from some delegations that one country opposes. No, it's not the case. There are at least two countries which were in support of our position, and there were a number of countries of our region with neutral position. So it's not, situation is not like that. That's first remark. And second, during our meeting in Bangkok in January this year, it was a consensual decision of the group that before members of the Bureau are elected from the CE region, representative of Georgia can work for us to play a role of our representative in the Bureau and to coordinate the work of the group during the meetings. And Anna made a wonderful job doing it, and she succeeded in keeping the business, and we sure that she will be able to continue providing these good services to the region for the benefit of the whole meeting and to conduct our group till the elections by secret ballot are held later this week. Again, I am insisting that countries' delegations have the right to consult their capitals, how they should behave, how they should vote in this situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I have United States, and I had closed the list, but I see North Macedonia asking for the floor, but I do want to come with a proposal on the way forward. So I allow North Macedonia as well, but first US. You have the floor. Oh, sorry, and Sudan. No, really, I'm now going to close the list. So if there's any member states that wishes to take the floor, please indicate. So Sudan will be the last speaker. US, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The United States strongly supports the points made by Ukraine, Czechia, and Romania, and we hear the interest of the EEG group in resolving this matter. This delegation is prepared to move forward today, particularly given that we have known of these candidates and prepared for this election for months. And additionally, because we want to maximize participation in this important election, and we recognize there may be a greater number of member states present on this first day relative to the last day of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, US, North Macedonia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. North Macedonia is supporting the interventions by the Czech Republic, Romania, and we agree that we need, as soon as possible, to have our regional group to have representatives, proper representatives with legitimate membership of the Bureau. Thank you.
Thank you, North Macedonia. Now I invite Sudan. Sudan, you have the floor.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam.
In the name of God, the merciful and the clement, Sudan would like to propose extending the current mandate of the Bureau for our current meeting until the last day of the meeting. And on the last day, we will then be in a position to elect a new bureau to ensure that we have sufficient time available to us to consult our capitals.
Thank you for your views. Russian Federation, I had closed the list. So I want to propose a way forward. If it's not to your liking, you can come back. So, hearing the views, I would like to suggest that we do we will have a secret ballot vote, but we will also give a bit more time. So I would like to suggest we take up this issue in the plenary meeting on Tuesday. I see the Russian Federation asks for the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a good step forward already. But you see, technically, to give less than 24 hours for the delegations to communicate with their capitals and to get answer, it's not realistic. Different time zones, you know. Some capitals are still sleeping, so. About possibility of consensus being reached, but unfortunately it's not the case. Really they need time to consult their capitals, and for this, to my practice of environmental work and you know, in multilateral diplomacy, it can take at least 2-3 days before such an answer can be get from the capital. So we should give countries a chance to proper coordinate their position with the capitals. And there were a number of countries supporting this view, and we request you, Madam Chair, to put the elections till the end of our meeting, which will allow to conduct the business on substantial issues without diverting attention to the elections. And we'll hold the elections later at the week, and Bureau would be established to continue the work intersessionally for the further meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Russia, I have Ukraine now. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, I would like to draw the attention of all esteemed delegates to the fact that election of officers was in the draft agenda well in advance before that meeting, and all the delegations had enough time to prepare their position. And I don't see anything rather than another attempt of a Russian delegation to not allow representation of EEG group working in the Bureau effectively. And your suggestion of holding secret ballot tomorrow is supported by my delegation. Thanks.
Thank you. Ukraine, I just want to clarify the considerations that were in my mind, hearing the different views from the different perspectives, that indeed some member states have asked for a bit more time to consult with their capitals. I also noted that this issue had been on the table when we were in the resumed session when we met in Bangkok. It had been also clarified in the scenario note. So in that sense, I do think that member states have had time to be prepared, to be able to cast a vote if that would have been necessary. But I also respect the request since there is a slight change in the composition of the candidates for the member states to reach out with their capitals, but at the same time respecting the request to not wait too long with the election of bureau members, to allow the region to carry their work forward. So having said that, I would confirm that I would like to make the proposal to hold the elections by secret ballot when we come in the plenary meeting on Tuesday morning. And if I don't hear any further views, then that is so decided. Thank you for that. So let's now move on to agenda item 3 on the adoption of the agenda and other organizational matters. Dear Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to consider agenda item 3, adoption of the agenda and other organizational matters, specifically under item 3A, adoption of the agenda. And delegations will recall that the professional agenda, as contained in document UNEP/SPP-CWP /open-ended working OEWG.2/1. I'm not going to do this in future references to documents. I will refer to documents open-ended working group / and then a number, was adopted at the resumed first session of the open-ended working group, and the annotated agenda is contained in document in document 1/add1. And may I ask if there's any comment to the professional agenda? If there's no further comments on that, we can adopt the agenda as it is proposed to the meeting. And that is so decided. We now have concluded the consideration of agenda item 3A. Can we now move forward to agenda item 3B, which is on organizational matters. The organization of work during the second session, as proposed by the Bureau, is outlined in the scenario note, which is in document INF/1, including in Annex 1, which provides a tentative overview of the agenda items to be addressed during the morning and the afternoon plenary meetings. As indicated by the Secretariat in her intervention earlier, the rules of procedure and usual practices of UNIAS shall apply to the conduct of our meetings. The meeting will run from today, Monday the 11th, to Friday the 15th of December, and morning plenaries will run from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., while the afternoon plenaries will run from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., unless provided otherwise. And for Monday to Tuesday, the Secretariat has made provisions for evening sessions from 6:30 until 10 p.m. if it is so required. As indicated in the tentative schedule for the meeting, we will start substantive discussion on agenda item 4 on the preparation of proposals for the establishment of a science policy panel. And to facilitate discussions during this agenda item, I suggest to organize our discussions following a presentation of the working documents as follows. First, a presentation and discussion on the skeleton outline, followed by a discussion on the scope, the function and operating principles and conflict of interest, a presentation and discussion on institutional arrangement and relationship with relevant key stakeholders, and then a presentation and discussion on work-related processes and procedures for the panel. These discussions will be preceded by possible general statement by political and regional groups, and we expect that this discussion will likely continue in plenary on Tuesday morning and maybe afternoon. Then we move on to agenda item 5, options for the timetable and organization of the future work of the ad hoc open-ended working group, where we focus discussions on the budget and possible anticipated intersessional work. And on Friday afternoon, we will continue with the rest of the agenda, including agenda item 6, provisional agenda for the third session of the ad hoc open-ended working group, and agenda item 7, other matters, before considering the report of the session. During the week, discussion on specific topics on agenda items will be further considered in contact groups and/or informal groups when this is deemed necessary. On the organization of the contact groups, the open-ended working group may establish a number of contact groups throughout the week. The overall aim for the contact groups would be to make tangible progress and reach, as far as possible, informal consensus on a way forward with respect to the mandated topics and report back to plenary. Without prejudice to the discussions in plenary, the following clusters of topics are suggested to be addressed in contact groups. 1. For contact group 1, on scope, functions, operating principles and conflict of interest. For contact group 2, institutional arrangements and relationship with relevant stakeholders. Contact group 3 on work-related processes and procedures of the panel, and contact group 4 on budget and intersessional work in advance of the third session and possibly beyond. Should there be a need for additional groups, as I said, possible informal groups, those may be established on an as-needed basis. And to allow for focused discussions and facilitate progress in the development of proposals from the open-ended working group for the establishment of the panel, It is suggested that the contact groups will meet with specific timings to address specific different topics under discussion within their meeting. This would not only help to focus the discussions, but furthermore also allow to have an iterative process that will help facilitate smaller delegations to be able to follow progress in all relevant groups. As indicated in the scenario note, no more than 2 groups are planned to meet in parallel, and in consultation with the co-facilitators and the Secretariat, the Bureau will make all efforts to schedule the work of the contact groups in a way that prevents as much as possible overlap of discussions on related issues, but also to make the best use of our time to make progress on the different items on our agenda. Each morning in our plenary sessions we will take stock of the progress made in the contact groups, and in the case of informal groups also on those groups in plenary. Revised schedules for the work of the day will be discussed in the Bureau each morning and announced at the end of each plenary session, so that you have a full overview of which topic will be discussed in which contact group at which time. I furthermore wish to note that for the efficiency of our work, nothing prevents us to take up an agenda item earlier than scheduled, should we finish any discussion before the scheduled session time in our plenary. Should I take it that delegations are fine with this organization of work for the session, including the clustering of issues in the proposed contact groups? And that should the need for change arise in the course of our deliberations with regard to the planning of the topics to address, we will adjust accordingly following up on the progress reported. So for now, these arrangements will guide us. If I don't see any request for the floor, this is so decided. Thank you for that. Let us now turn to agenda item 4, preparation of proposals for the establishment of a science policy panel. Dear colleagues, we will proceed with this agenda item, and as agreed during the organization of work, before we get into the more focused topical discussions on our agenda this week, I will invite political or regional groups to provide a statement to share their general views on the substantive issues under the discussion during this week. The floor is open. Thank you. I see that Nigeria is asking for the floor. do I take it that you speak on behalf of the African group? You have the floor, please.
Okay. Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the 54 African states, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the people and government of Jordan for the tireless efforts made in organizing this meeting, and to the government of Kenya and UNEP for hosting us. We thank Ms. Goody Ahmed for steering the whole process and for guiding us through to arrive at this critical milestone in the establishment of the Science Policy Panel. The African region appreciates the effort that went into putting together the skeleton outline as presented in document 2/2 and the text proposal in document INF10. The skeleton outline is based on the element layout in Union Resolution 5/8 and the outcomes of our discussion from the previous session. We thank the Secretariat for the job well done. We strongly support document Info 10 to be the basis to start our work at this meeting. We understand that there are several science policy bodies in other realms that already have well-functioning structures and operating modalities with a wealth of experience in how the interface works and operates. We have to learn from their weaknesses and build on their strength without the need to reinvent the wheel. However, we believe that the document needs fine-tuning and adjustment to meet set goals and objectives. Madam Chair, the African region has proposals for consideration by the appropriate contact groups when they are eventually established at this session. Regarding institutional arrangements, the African region wishes to emphasize the need for a broader participation of observers at the panel, giving due regard to the rules of procedures for admittance and participation. On expert identification under the Interdisciplinary Expert Committee, our region proposes to increase the number of experts that will be involved in reviewing and evaluating the technical reports to be issued by the panel. We also propose that the experts from the health and environment sectors are equally represented. On the issues of capacity building under the function of the panel, the African region prefers option 1, as this will promote and support inclusivity, local content, indigenous knowledge, adaptive technology transfer, and the continuity of capacity building measures to ensure mainstreaming into government structures. Regarding the operating principles, we propose the inclusion of ethical considerations. While we agree on the content of the conflict of interest policy in the skeleton document, we will propose the inclusion of disciplinary measures in case of violation of the rules. Madam Chair, to avoid duplication of efforts and enhance resource efficiency, our region proposes that the work programs and financial rules must be independent, in line with the scope of the panel, and align with the objective of the global framework on chemicals. Madam Chair, though it would have been perfect to finalize the scope and functions of the panel before addressing its institutional arrangement, but for the sake of time, we support the discussion on them can go on concurrently during this meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nigeria, for those reflections. I think that's very helpful for us to understand what your general views are. I now would like, I would like to say I have on my list Argentina, followed by Georgia and the EU, who I understand that all wish to speak on behalf of their group. So Argentina, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. Gulak would like to thank the government of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the government of Kenya, for organizing this meeting. I would also like to thank you, Chair, for your continuing leadership throughout this process, and wish you all the best for leading this meeting. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for preparing the documents and providing support. GRULAC recognizes the need to develop a wide-ranging scope for the panel in order to set out decisions assigned to us. In addition, we firmly believe in certain key principles which need to guide all relevant work of the Science Policy Panel, in particular the promotion and protection of human rights as a cross-cutting feature, the recognition of the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, and the right to science. GRULAC also supports a balanced panel from geographical, regional and gender standpoint, and would like to ensure gender equality in all relevant aspects of our work, including inclusive participation and the use of traditional knowledge, the use of knowledge of indigenous peoples and local communities as guiding lights. GRULAC is convinced that the effectiveness of the SPP will depend on its capacity to be inclusive and to integrate peoples and institutions from developing countries throughout its work, from decision-making on its program work through the development of reports and the dissemination of its outcomes. Developing countries are those that face the greatest challenges in terms of setting out effective policies to tackle challenges of waste and chemicals. Therefore, it needs to play an active role in the future panel. In this regard, in order to promote the effective participation of developing countries and all of their sub-regions, the panel needs to have solid and coherent capacity building provided. Therefore, the panel should have a solid capacity building function. In order to make this function operational, we need adequate financing from various sources in order to carry out these activities. In addition, GRULAC highlights the importance of the independence, solidarity and interdisciplinarity of the panel, including effective policies to prevent conflicts of interest. Finally, we believe of utmost importance that the panel has a solid financial mechanism which ensures its sustainability and effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina, also for sharing the reflections from the region with us. I now turn to Georgia for the Eastern European states. Georgia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Member State delegates, observers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the EU region, we would like to thank you, Madam Chair, thank the Secretariat and the Bureau members for preparing this meeting and for the opportunity to express our main considerations. We want to thank the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for its continuing commitment to host this meeting and the Republic of Kenya for providing the venue on such short notice. Our region acknowledges the undeniable interdependence between science and policy in shaping a future that is both prosperous and environmentally responsible as outlined in the UNEA Resolution 5/8 and as further advanced in discussions held in Bangkok at OEWG 1.2 session. To further advance our deliberations, we believe that document 10 and its addendum 2 also represent a good basis for our necessary progress in this OEWG session. Further, the pressing challenge of chemical management and waste prevention requires a comprehensive and collaborative approach. Scientific advancements and informed policy decisions are essential pillars in the foundation of a sustainable and resilient society. Our region recognizes the urgency of bridging the gap between scientific knowledge and policy implementation to address the growing threat posed by pollution and hazardous substances. Eastern European states are committed to fostering international cooperation, sharing expertise, and promoting transparency in the scientific and policy-making processes. By collaborating across borders, we can harness the wealth of knowledge within our diverse nations to devise holistic solutions that transcend regional boundaries. In this pursuit, OEWG 1.2 has conscientiously decided that the foundation for subsequent considerations shall be laid upon two specific texts. Firstly, we emphasize the significance of providing capacity building through all the functions of the panel, with a particular emphasis on facilitating technology transfer to developing countries. This strategic approach aims to enhance the science policy interface at appropriate levels. We acknowledge the importance of activities geared towards ensuring the effective, geographically balanced, and gender-responsive participation of scientists in the panel's assessments. Eastern European states are united in our commitment to advance the crucial discussions on capacity building within the framework of the ad hoc open-ended working group. Moreover, our commitment extends to strengthening data generation capacity and fostering the enhancement of knowledge and skills that will support country infrastructure and human capacity. We seek to establish a robust foundation for the Eastern European Group to actively contribute to collective efforts in the realms of scientific assessments and policy formulation. In conclusion, we urge all member states to join us in supporting the establishment of Science Policy Panel dedicated to advancing our understanding of the intricate dynamics between chemicals, waste, and environment. Let us seize this opportunity to contribute meaningfully to global efforts aimed at achieving sewage management of chemicals and waste, fostering a sustainable future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia, for those views on behalf of the region. I now would like to open the floor to the European Union. EU, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Chair. Spain, speaking on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states, would like to express its gratitude to the Republic of Kenya, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for hosting this meeting, and UNEP for the work carried out in organizing it. We would like to also thank the Secretariat of the Open-Ended Working Group for the documents presented for our consideration. Chair, the European Union and its member states support in general the proposal of the basic skeleton for the composition of the working group. We would propose a few amendments when we open up this point for consideration. We also welcome the proposals contained in the Inf 10 document, which constitutes a good starting point for our discussions. We believe that the objective of the open-ended working group is to provide a doctored proposal for the panel in the future. We think we've reached already a good level of consensus. With regards to the functions, we think that we have made very satisfactory progress. In addition, with regards to capacity building, we understand that in this case we need more discussion. We are ready to continue taking part in these discussions. We're even ready to explain in more detail our own proposal, which was made during the first meeting of the OEWG. On the operating principles, we think that the proposal contained, again in document Inf/10, constitutes a good starting point for our negotiations. We hope to discuss what amendments are necessary to that document. On institutional mechanisms, we also believe that the proposal set out in document Inf/10 constitutes a good starting point for our discussions. We hope again to be able to contribute to developing the provisions set out there further with our comments. We also believe that the point of relationships with the main interested groups is important, and we are ready to begin discussions on that at this current meeting of our group. Just as in the IPCC panel and the IPBES platform and in other consultative scientific groups, we believe that a policy on conflicts of interest, which is as clear, is essential in order to guarantee the credibility of this science policy panel. We believe that the open-ended working group should begin to also work on processes and procedures of work for the panel. Chair, to conclude, the European Union and its 27 member states hope to take part in fruitful and constructive discussions both in plenary and in contact groups. In addition, we hope to reach an agreement in this meeting on intersessional work in order to prepare for our next meeting. We hope to conclude this important work by the end of 2024. We are ready to support the Secretariat in the work set out before them.
Ok. Por supuesto.
Yes, we are close to finalizing. We are ready to help the Secretariat in all of their work in order to support the open-ended working group. Finally, the European Union and its member states is committed to working closely with all participants at this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your views. I now have China speaking on behalf of the Asian Pacific Group. China, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Excellency, distinguished colleague, I would like to deliver a statement on behalf of the Asia Pacific Group. The Asia Pacific would like to take this opportunity to thank Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for hosting the second session of the open-ended working group, notwithstanding the Bureau's decision to change the venue of our meeting to UNEP headquarters in Nairobi. We would like also to extend our thanks to the government and the peoples of Kenya for facilitating the presence of all the participants. Our group would also like to appreciate the chair, the bureau members, and the secretariat for their hard work for preparing and organizing this meeting. The Asia Pacific Regional Group is pleased to state that the first meeting of OEWG for sound management of chemicals and waste and to prevent pollution based on UN Resolution 5/8 was held successfully in Bangkok, Kingdom of Thailand, which is in our region. The first meeting of the OEWG laid down the foundation for our endeavor towards the final goal of establishing the SPP in 2024. We would like to highlight the need for further efforts, and to this end, the group is committed to actively engaging the importance of discussion ahead of us. The AP group is open to working with skeleton document OEWG 2/2 and the Info 10 document as a starting point for dialogue and discussion. We strongly emphasize the need for a broad scope of effectively address the mandate given under Resolution 5/8 and for the operating principle to be rooted in scientific principle. It is crucial to have a clear vision and understanding of the institutional arrangement, and the panel structure should align with its scope and function in order to carry out this work. The governance of the panel is of utmost importance, particularly in terms of providing mandate and prioritizing the work to be carried out. This process should be driven by member states. It is essential that the scope and the rule of SPP remain neutral, transparent, inclusive, and in line with principle of good governance and modality. It should transcend political consideration and the territorial dispute and should not generate any legal implication. The panel's primary objective should be to provide policy-relevant scientific evidence by evaluating various value chain and
assessing potential source of waste and pollution. This evaluation should consider global and regional impacts and focus on inclusive, science-based solution for the sound management of chemicals and waste and pollution, especially take into account the capacity and the circumstance of developing countries. Additionally, the panel should prioritize improving the availability of scientific data, information, and assessment to address capacity challenges. This will enable more effective and efficient action to minimize and prevent the adverse impacts of unsound management of chemicals and waste, as well as pollution. The ultimate goal is to enhance human well-being and contribute to the prosperity of all. The panel should also emphasize the expansion of scientific capacities across all relevant areas, with a particular focus on regions facing challenge in the field of chemicals, waste, and
Are you almost
pollution.
there?
Very soon.
Thank you.
Moreover, the panel should support and integrated existing intergovernmental settings, multilateral agreement, regional bodies, and the mechanisms related to chemicals, waste, and pollution. This support should aim to complement existing effort and avoid duplication, while also addressing any overlapping issue and areas that may currently be overlooked. Many countries in the Asia-Pacific region are amongst the developing countries and recognize the importance of capacity building, including providing financial resources, technical assistance, and transfer of technology to support these countries in achieving the mandate of the Science Policy Panel on Chemical Waste and the Prevention of Pollution. Finally, the Asia-Pacific Regional Group attach paramount importance for attaining the consensus-based decision in the process of negotiation and the meeting of OEWG. In conclusion, our statement, Asia-Pacific Group, reiterates its commitment to proactively engage in the discussion.
China, we have given you 5 minutes. And I'm sorry, I want to be strict and I have to apologize because I actually, it seems that the system on my screen is different from yours. So I would like to apologize to our colleagues from the EU because I saw some movement after I cut you off. But apparently my screen is actually flashing red when you still have 1 minute. So I was too early in cutting off the EU, and I really apologize for that, but I wanted to clarify that this is, now I know the system, but also I do want to make a point that please try to keep within the time limits that we agreed in the beginning of the meeting, and I apologize, China, I had to be strict with you, but I think this will facilitate our conversation throughout the meeting, given the fact that we will have also time to have further discussions, but also we'll dive into some of these issues later. I think you have managed to almost say everything, but please a call on everyone to respect the time limits that we agreed in the beginning of the meeting. I see that these seems to be the group statements for now, and really thank you all for being able to share with us a couple of important reflections that I'm quite sure that we will be discussing throughout the week. I also heard from the regions some encouraging messages around the skeleton and the information document at 10. And if coming to the end of this general part of reflecting on agenda item 4, I would now suggest that we move forward on the more substantive deep dive in the discussions related to agenda item 4. And I would therefore refer to the following documents to inform our discussion. Document 2/2, the skeleton outline for the proposals for the establishment of a science policy panel, as well as document INF 10 with the draft text proposals to establish a science policy panel. And as we embark on our discussions, it will be important that we have a shared understanding of the proposals that the working group will develop in the course of the open-ended working group process. That would be finally submitted as an outcome of the working group for consideration by the intergovernmental meeting that would establish the panel. It is therefore that at the request of the Bureau, the Secretariat has prepared document 2/2 that sets out the skeleton outline for the proposals that the working group may wish to develop. And furthermore, that at the request of the Bureau, following up on requests from the regional consultations that you have had in the course of October and November, the Secretariat has prepared INF Doc 10 with text suggestions that could serve as a starting point for the negotiations in the different elements set out in the skeleton outline that build from the documentation provided to the meeting, keeping in mind that in developing proposals for the establishment of the panel, we have an opportunity to build from the guidance provided in Resolution 5/8, as well as the experience in existing intergovernmental science policy panels, and without prejudgment to the outcome of the discussions during our session, the open-ended working group may wish to consider these text proposals that are provided by the Secretariat as a starting point for the deliberations in the relevant contact groups as deemed relevant, and to make the required changes to such text. Can I now invite the Secretariat, Mr. Sagoversa, to present the documents? Tessa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And if I could request the slides to go up, please. Would like to provide a brief introduction to the skeleton outline for proposals for the panel. The document 2...
Sorry, Secretariat, to interrupt you. I have a request by Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, and we seek your clarification. You mentioned in discussing like the way forward now, you mentioned that INF number 10 would be work as a basis of negotiation. I think it is a basis, as the regional statement says, a basis. We accept it as a basis of dialogue discussion, because the open working group is actually will submit a proposal for the INC. And that's where negotiation takes place. Just, I would like a clarification on that, if you don't mind.
Thank you. So maybe just to go back to what I said, the working group may wish to consider. Maybe that's part of the clarification. But also, just to clarify, in the resolution, the mandate provided to our working group is to develop proposals for the, from the working group for the establishment of a science policy panel that would be considered in the intergovernmental meeting that is mandated to the executive director of UNEP to be organized to establish the panel. So I think you make a reference to an INC. I think we have another process which is discussing another topic related to what we are discussing in the panel. But so I think I would suggest that we let the Secretariat make the presentation, and then we consider how this could be a starting point for the work that you'll be doing in the working group. You want to come back, Saudi Arabia?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think you explained it. We're developing a proposal to be considered, and that clarifies it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Then I turn back to the Secretariat. Maybe you can restart where you began rather than where you left off. Tessa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for providing the opportunity to give the introduction to document 2, the skeleton outline for proposals for the panel. Also relevant is information document 10, draft text proposals to establish the science policy panel. Next slide. So the UNEA resolution indeed requested the ad hoc open-ended working group to prepare proposals for the science policy panel. In preparing the documentation, the Secretariat has looked at examples from the existing science policy interfaces, IPCC, IPBES, IRP, GEO, the Montreal Protocol assessments, and others. Secretariat also looked at lessons learned and also at what would be relevant for the consideration of the open-ended working group in considering proposals for the establishment of a science policy panel on chemicals, waste, and the prevention of pollution. Next slide. With the guidance of the Bureau, the Secretariat developed an approach to present, upon the completion of the work of the open-ended working group, the proposals to the intergovernmental meeting. The approach proposed is to do so through a skeleton outline, which will be populated with various proposals. There's 2 parts to the skeleton outline. A first part that provides outline for the foundational elements for establishing the panel, and a second part that provides the outline in form of annexes for additional elements to guide the science policy panel. Next slide. The working documents have been developed to support the development of the proposals. Click. And they also have been supported by information documents. Next slide. These will collectively feed into the skeleton outline. Next slide. So, hence, clusters of documents feed into the skeleton outline, and the color coding on this slide shows the main clusters. As the Chair explained in the introduction, the Secretariat was then requested to come up with a suggested proposal for text to establish a science policy panel to populate potentially this outline. You see the outline of the suggested text for proposals to establish a science policy panel, information document 10, screened in the green box. Again, the color coding show the linkages to the skeleton outline that was developed and presented early on in document 2. Next slide. I would like to point to a few differences between the skeleton outline that you have in front of you in document 2 and in the further developed information document 10. First, the relationship with relevant key stakeholders is considered as an integrated part under institutional arrangements, where a new section is added on strategic partnerships. It's also considered in other parts of institutional arrangements and also under the annexes in the processes of determining the work program and procedures for preparing deliverables. Second, a technical correction has been made. The financial arrangements listed in the annex of document 2 are part of the financial arrangements are part of the institutional arrangements, and the financial arrangements in the annexes are corrected to be financial rules and procedures. Thirdly, in the preparation and comparison with the other science policy interfaces, a fourth element on evaluation of the operational effectiveness and impact of the panel has been added as a main element in the outline of information document 10. This revised structure of the outline as evolved from document 2 into document 10 is currently screened on the slide and is here also for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. I was so surprised that the Secretariat followed my instructions to be quite brief in their presentation that I just had to confirm whether this would be it for the discussion on the skeleton outline and information document 10. As you have heard, it might also from my introduction, it might be useful for us to consider whether we can, use the skeleton outline as a basis for our understanding what it is that we need to deliver in terms of proposals that will be then submitted for consideration to the intergovernmental meeting. And also, given the fact that we had requested the Secretariat to provide text suggestions that could be considered by the working group as a starting point for their work, I would like to open the floor for your reflections on the skeleton outline as well as on the information document 10. I think including its annexes. So the floor is open for your consideration. You have the floor. I first give the floor to the EU, and I now know how the system works. EU, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We'll be brief in any case. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the proposal for a skeleton outline presented in document 2/2, as well as for the concrete text proposals contained in document inf/10. It is of utmost importance to have a clear and focused structure to be populated by relevant content. We are willing to work with this skeleton, and based on it, we will express some preferences about the parts of the skeleton which should be decided already in our intergovernmental meeting here, and those which could be set when the panel begins its work. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EU, for that very brief reflection. I would like to give the floor to Saudi Arabia, but I assume, Saudi Arabia, your intervention will be on behalf of your country, not your region. So maybe for the colleagues who are doing the clock, maybe you can change the number of minutes. But Saudi Arabia, meanwhile, I give you the floor. You have the floor, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the Secretariat could go back to the last slide, the one we have here online is not updated. We as Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have no problem with working with this document. However, this a little bit updated on the document, especially when it comes to the last slide. We've seen an added element regarding to the evaluation and performance. We would like that item to be, yes, here. Let me put my glasses. Evaluation of the operational effectiveness and impact of the panel. We would like that item D to be included as annex, because it is actually evaluation of the current activities and processes that the panel is engaged in. Yet we have no idea of these. It is at early stage, so we would like this to be added into annex for the panel to decide once they have the structure and operation already defined. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia, also for that very concrete suggestion. Any other reflections on the skeleton outline and the information document? I see Nigeria is asking for the floor. Nigeria, can I ask whether you speak on behalf of the region or is this in your national capacity?
I'll be speaking on behalf of the region.
Thank you,
and
Nigeria.
I'll be short.
Yeah.
The Africa region appreciates the comprehensive work done by the Secretariat in the preparation of document 2/2 and INF 10. And as we stated in our general statement, we support their adoption as the basis of our discussion at this meeting. And the region will participate actively in the contact groups for the refinement of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria, for that. Any other views? If not, I would like to propose a way forward. Thank you. So having listened also to the general interventions by the regions, my understanding is that there is a willingness and support to do the work based on the skeleton outline that guides the type of proposals that we need to consider. We do have the suggestion by our colleague from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to consider whether item D in the skeleton outline would not better be addressed as an annex. As I understand it, the suggestion by the Secretariat to include this in what I have called in the informal regional consultation meetings, the, let's say, more foundational document for the establishment of the panel. So this proposal is based following the example of the different other panels. But I can imagine that your concern Saudi Arabia is that we may not be able to fully get to an agreement, maybe not this meeting, on what should populate that part of the skeleton outline. So could I make the suggestion that we work with the skeleton outline as it is, and once, either in this meeting or in the next session, we come to the discussion on the topic to be discussed under the section D, which is on the evaluation. You may want to consider if this is the best placement for that section, but in your initial discussion, just for the sake of how people have prepared, your starting point is to have it on the D, but when you consider it, you can, I will ask also the facilitators that this question is going to be discussed in the contact group. If that is okay, Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also believe this is very important subject to be discussed for establishing the panel. And discussing it now here, we believe this item should be for the panel. That's why we would like to move it to the annex. Having moved it to annex does not even delay that we discuss it now or later. But it's better now, we can actually move it into the right place, because we know these annex issues is going to be worked and refined by the panel. So we would like it to be moved into the annex. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. So having heard the proposal by Saudi Arabia, is there any objection to follow that suggestion? If that is not the case, I would suggest that we follow the suggestion by Saudi Arabia and that we address this issue as an annex to be further considered by the panel. So can I take it that the open-ended working group agrees on the basis of the skeleton outline as we have just modified following the proposal by Saudi Arabia? If I don't see any objection, that is so decided. Then I would also ask you to, if I can take it that the open-ended working group agrees that the text suggestions provided in information document 10 and their addendums can be taken as a starting point for the deliberations in the contact groups. And if there's no further objections, then that is also decided. So let me now turn to agenda item, or we continue with agenda item 4, but now let me turn to the documents 2/3 on scope and objective, functions and operating principles. Document 2/6 and it's section 5, procedures for addressing potential conflicts of interest. And document INF 10, draft text proposals to establish a panel including its add 1, proposal for conflict of interest policy for the science policy panel and related information documents. As you may recall, during our resumed first session, substantive deliberations of the open-ended working group focused on the scope and functions of the panel, and that related to this discussion, several issues would be taken up as appropriate in the documents to be developed for this session, including on the issue of conflict of interest, as was reported from the resumed session. And I would like to now invite the Secretariat to provide a brief overview of the relevant documents. Tessa, you have the floor again.
Thank you very much, Chair. I can see the slides, perhaps. Next one, please. Thank you. So the relevant document on this topic is document 3, Scope and Objective Function and Operating Principles, which can be further supported in the discussions by information document 2, background document on operating principles, which has been informed by written submissions by member states and stakeholders. Discussions can further be informed by a mapping of capacity building activities in the chemicals, waste and plastic space, and a summary of the submissions received on the needs and questions that the panel may handle. Specific text proposals have been provided in information document 10 in the sections A and B. Next slide. The key issues identified for considerations are that one of the functions is to be further discussed at the second session of the open-ended working group. This is the capacity building function, and 2 text proposals from the resumed first session of the open-ended working group are provided in this regard. In terms of the operating principles, as just mentioned, a suggested text is provided in information documents 10. In the working documents themselves, you'll find Annex 1, which has the principles listed that are directly drawn from Resolution 5/8. Furthermore, for consideration is Annex 2 of document 3, which provides principles from other interfaces identified through the written submissions. Next slide. Further relevant documentation includes Section 5 of Working Document 6 on the procedures for addressing potential conflict of interest. Further supported by an information document, document 8, which is a background document on procedures for addressing potential conflicts of interest, and the addendum to information document 10, which provide a proposal for a conflict of interest policy for the science policy panel. Let me stop here, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa, again for that very comprehensive but succinct briefing. But in the understanding that delegations have had also time to reflect upon the relevant documents, I would like to open the floor now to seek your views and then propose a way forward. So the floor is open for your reflections. You have the floor. it seems that member states have decided that most of the views have been expressed through their general statements, given the fact that in the beginning of our meeting we had confirmed the clustering that was proposed for the contact group. If there is no further, I see the EU has asked for the floor. The EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Discussions at the Open-Ended Working Group 1.2 identified the preference for a short yet broad scope for the Science Policy Panel. We agreed to include the functions as set out at UNEA Resolution 5.8. Therefore, the EU and its member states suggest not reopening the discussion on the agreed functions. However, we are ready to move forward on the negotiations and engage in further discussions regarding the fifth possible function, which was proposed at the Open-Ended Working Group 1.2. Regarding the operating principles, we would like to encourage starting discussions based on the principles contained in document INF10. We believe that operating principles should be concise, clear, and should stand on their own, as they should guide the panel's work in all its facets. The EU and its member states appreciate the draft conflict of interest policy set out in Addendum 1 and the draft on the procedure for receiving and prioritizing requests put to the panel in Addendum 2 to the document INF10, and we look forward to discussing the details in the contact group. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, EU. I still don't see any further reflections from the floor. And as I indicated, also listening to the reflections from the regional groups concerning some of the topics that have been introduced, and I see the farmers group wanted to ask for the floor. So what I do is I do a final call for member states to who might want to have a reflection on this issue. If not, I give the floor to the farmers major group, and if there's no further request for the floor, I close the list and then propose a way forward. So I don't see any further requests for the floor. The list is now closed. Ooh, just in time. Children and youth, you're added, but now I really close the list. So on scope, functions, operating principles, and I'm sorry, indigenous peoples, you can now have the floor, but now I really close it. For everybody, you have had a lot of time. So on scope, principles, and conflict of interest, please focus your intervention. And I have now farmers, major group asking for the floor, followed by children and youth and indigenous people. Farmers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Ajay Jha, representing Center for Community Economics based in India, and I'm speaking on behalf of the farmers, women, indigenous peoples, science and technology major groups, without prejudice to their right to speak. Our comments are as followed. On the scope, objectives, and function, the scope needs to be broad, expansive, and inclusive, as the panel will be required to deal with thousands of chemicals, including the highly hazardous pesticides, resulting into 220,000 deaths every year, and 95% of the accidental poisoning are centered in the global south. Less than 4% of all pesticides used globally are regulated by binding international conventions, and less than 35% developing countries have regulations in place. From the INF document 10, it's not clear whether the research undertaken by the SSP is based on the primary data or the peer-reviewed research, as in the case of the IPCC. On capacity building, it's not clear who are we talking about as recipient of the capacity building. Also, it looks like capacity building is envisioned as a linear one-way exercise. We suggest that the panel also needs to understand the challenges and issues faced by the farmers, IPs, women, grassroots communities, and the scientific and technology communities and their perspectives on the solution. On operating principles, we would suggest to add integrity to the scientific independence. We are also concerned not to see the polluter pays principle among the critical principles listed. Also, we see right to science as one of the principles and wonder whether this terminology has any precedence in the intergovernmental agreements language. Similarly, we have concern on informed participation and wonder whether there's a need to qualify participation with informed. In the plenary, we see that the participation of the non-governmental organizations, IPLCs, is qualified in the matters covered by the panel. This is not explained and open to different interpretations. It is proposed to respect and recognize other knowledge systems such as those of the indigenous people, local communities, farmers, etc., under the principles of generating a true interscientific dialogue. In the functions, also, we see ensuring the active and efficient participation of the civil society as observers, and we would suggest the inclusion of the 9 major groups recognized in the Agenda 21 besides the civil society, and we think that not recognizing the 9 major groups will be a travesty of 40 years of history, struggle, and contributions of the major group. Thank you.
Thank you, Farmers Major Group, for sharing your views. I have children and youth and then indigenous people. I see that ILO has asked for the floor, but I had closed the list. I am really sorry about that. Children and youth, you have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, my name is Asil Abu Talib and I speak on behalf of the Children and Youth Major Group. Acknowledging the importance of inclusivity and balance in the panel's structure and work including geographical, regional, and gender representation and interdisciplinarity, we emphasize the need of incorporate intergenerational inclusivity as one of the core operational principles. We recall the Children and Youth Major Group's proposal from the Oewg 1.2 to establish a multidisciplinary youth expert group. This group would incorporate youth perspectives from future panels' activities. Additionally, it would infuse intergenerational perspective and innovative solutions into scientific assessments and facilitate translating scientific findings into youth-friendly language and tangible application and local experts. Additionally, adopting a human rights-based approach to the sound management of chemicals and waste and preventing pollution that recognize and respects the contribution of indigenous and local knowledge is key. In prioritizing the engagement, it is essential to firmly consider and address existing vulnerabilities in health, conflicts, and economic factors, among others. We also emphasize the panel's need for a flexible approach in addressing the needs of member states and stakeholders. This includes adopting an iterative approach for continuous learning, adaptation, and updates to recommendation in response to new evidence, rapid technology advancements, and the emergence of changing circumstances. As we advocate for the inclusion of right holders and merit-based groups, including major groups, specialized agencies and networks, individual scientists, among others, let's innovation guide us, science be our ally, and multilateralism be our vehicle toward a future free from threats posed by chemicals, waste, and pollution to people and the environment. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, children and youth, and thank you also for keeping your time. I now give the floor to Indigenous Peoples Major Group.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues, for this opportunity to make a statement. My name is Ruth Spencer. I'm a local community representative from Antigua and Barbuda, and my organization is the MEPA Trust. Effective stakeholder engagement is fundamental, and as Sheila said this morning, to ensure that we do it right. As we in the Caribbean region have been implementing the principles of the Escazú Agreement, which is the daughter of the Hassawus Convention for Europe. This is our first international human rights agreement and was adopted in 2018. We have been able to bring new voices into decision-making processes. Access rights have been improved, more timely access to information and documents, and communicated in a language that we can understand. So we can dialogue, we can get understandings for public education and awareness, and we are pushing for more localized consultative processes on chemicals, waste, and pollution. Our relationship is not just with CSOs. We are reaching out to build partnerships, collaborations with governments, and we have done it with the government of Grenada, St. Lucia, and Dominica. And going forward, we'll be reaching out to other countries. We need a process where the respect for the ideas and solutions from vulnerable groups, women, children, youth, they are all respected and given a voice. Diversity and inclusion brings different knowledge and skill sets and contributes to new and varied kinds of capacity building that the SPP will benefit from, especially local knowledge and best practices that are working. This will also provide data that can now go into our national reporting processes for the convention processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Indigenous Peoples Major Group. I had closed the list, so I will use the remainder of the time to propose a way forward before we close this part of our plenary session. I think what we heard during the several interventions today with regard to scope and functions is that there had been fruitful discussions during our resumed first session that addressed scope and function, and that there's a willingness to continue those discussions, but having also a need to further have discussions on operating principles and to build upon what has been proposed on capacity building during this meeting. Also, several countries and groups highlighted the need to consider conflict of interest. And we also agreed earlier during this plenary that we could cluster the consideration of these issues in contact group 1. So what I would like to suggest as an overall mandate for the contact group 1 is to aim towards finalizing the draft proposal on scope and functions, including to develop, based on previous considerations and further consultations, a text proposal on capacity building that complements then the agreed upon functions and the text on objective for the panel, as well as to develop a draft proposal on operating principles on the basis of the text provided in information document 10, but for the consideration of the contact group and to possibly identify which further principles should be added. And the contact group would also consider how to address conflict of interest and consider information document 10 add 1 as a possible draft proposal on a policy to address conflict of interest. And I would suggest that we would appoint Ms. Itsuki Kuroda of Japan and Mr. Sam Adu Kumi of Ghana to be serving as co-facilitators of this contact group. If there's no objections, this is so decided. And I would suggest that the contact group would meet, commence its work today in the evening, addressing in its first session of 1.5 hours operating principles, and in its second session, how to address conflict of interest. So I think we started a bit later, so I hope we can have another few minutes so I can ask the Secretariat to do the next presentation, and then we resume consideration of that when we resume in the afternoon session. So now let us move to the next substantive item, related to institutional arrangement. We have in front of us document /4 on institutional arrangement and rules of procedure for the sessions of the plenary, and document /5 relationship with relevant key stakeholders and the related information documents. The institutional arrangements would set out key characteristics of how the panel would operate, including its decision-making, oversight, and other subsidiary bodies, its secretariat, financial arrangements, etc., and would serve as a basis for the rules of procedures to be adopted by the panel. In considering this, it will be important also to develop a common understanding on the different roles and relationships of the panel with key stakeholders and how this is addressed in the different elements of the different sections of addressing institutional arrangements. Can I ask the Secretariat to provide a brief overview of these documents? Tessa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regards to the institutional arrangements, the specific topic of working document 4 is the institutional arrangements, and as earlier mentioned, the relationship with relevant key stakeholders is also relevant to the institutional arrangement. Supporting documentation is provided through information document 4, a background document on institutional arrangements of existing science policy interfaces, and drawing upon document 4, there are also text proposals in information document 10, the draft text for proposals to establish a science policy panel under section C. Next slide. So key considerations for the discussion on the institutional arrangements are indeed the specific elements in the institutional arrangements that are required and found in all the science policy interfaces that also have been reviewed. A decision-making body, often referred to as the plenary, the need for an oversight body, often referred to as a bureau, a proposal for an interdisciplinary experts committee to provide scientific advice, and consideration of other subsidiary bodies and committees. Also, part of the consideration under institutional arrangement are the secretariat arrangements. And in terms of the relationship with relevant key stakeholders, the description of key stakeholders could be considered in the context of the institutional arrangements and the role that stakeholders play within these various bodies, as well as a consideration of the approach towards establishing the relationship with key stakeholders, be it formal or informal. Next slide. So proposed way forward for the institutional arrangement is to review the proposals in the working document number 4 and in information document 10 under section C, and consider within the discussion the role of the stakeholders. With that, Chair, I'll hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. I was just clarifying how much time we still have, and since I don't want to lose any time unnecessarily, and maybe we are as sufficient as in consideration of the previous documents, so I would like to open the floor to see if there's any reflection on the documents in front of us or the presentation that has just been made by the Secretariat. So the floor is yours. I see I have EU followed by Japan. Women group, I have seen you, but as agreed, we will give the floor to first to members. So EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We welcome the draft proposal on institutional arrangements set out in document INF 10 and propose that it should be used as the starting point for discussions at this contact group. We are of the view that we do not need to reinvent the wheel, as we can look into the arrangements of both climate as well as biodiversity panels to get good inspiration. That is, the examples corresponding to climate change and those corresponding to biodiversity panels should be good examples to obtain good inspiration. We will provide some proposals for the improvement of this text. We would also like to highlight that the mandate of Decision UNEA 5.8 refers to the rules of procedure for the panel and not exclusively of its plenary. With the relationship with groups of interests, we welcome the draft proposal on institutional arrangements set out in INF 10 again. We propose again that to be used as a starting point for discussions in the proposed contact group. We believe that in this case as well, we also don't need to do any more than establishing proposals to improve this text. Therefore, we're also open to broaching this topic in the proposed contact group. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your views, EU. I now have Japan. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this is the first time for us to take the floor, Japan would like to take this opportunity to thank the Pacific Kingdom of Jordan for hosting and the government and people of Kenya for facilitating the presence of all the participants. We would also like to appreciate the Chair, the Bureau members, and the Secretariat for their hard work. We believe that the institutional arrangements are considered most important for the quality of the deliverable of the panel. Lessons learned from existing panels should be properly reflected in this panel for a stronger science policy interface. In order to do so, we believe that it is important for member states to develop a common understanding during this OEWG, especially regarding what kind of subsidiary bodies are needed under the highest decision-making body and how scientists and the policymakers are involved in them. Japan considers a plenary and the Bureau are needed, as with IPBES. In addition, it is essential to establish a scientific committee consisting of scientists. Furthermore, we are interested in considering an additional structure to strengthen the involvement of policymakers in order to promote effective communication between science and policy. To this end, in considering the institutional arrangement of the panel, we wish to discuss which tasks will be carried out by what bodies and the composition of such bodies, either policymakers or scientists or both. We would also wish to first develop a common understanding of the institutional arrangement before considering which body or bodies will play the role of prioritization, as well as how stakeholders will be involved, although we are open to hearing the views of others to further refine our ideas. We are looking forward to the discussion at the contact group. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan, and I think these are really relevant questions to consider. I now give the floor to Jordan. Jordan, you have the floor.
شكرا السيدة الرئيسة.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Chair. In line with those who have spoken before me, we also believe in the great importance of institutional arrangements, since these will lead to a panel of great importance. I would like to highlight here the statement made by the European Union and also mention the myriad examples of existing scientific bodies such as the UNFCCC or the CBD. There is also another scientific mechanism under the Stockholm Convention which we should not ignore. I worked for a number of years with other colleagues here present. This mechanism is a mechanism of great importance which could be very useful for our work. We therefore don't insist that we have a copy-pasting of that mechanism, but we could draw inspiration from it. In addition, the experiences from these mechanisms could be useful to us. We should make the most of regional knowledge as well, using regional centres dispersed throughout the world. This could be through UNEP, or through the World Health Organization, the FAO, or even, why not, by making use of other centres which could provide us with scientific data in line with our own institutional arrangements. Then we will have everything in place to have a transparent, independent science policy panel which lays out clear procedures for decision makers. But we shouldn't confuse decision making with the sphere of scientific information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jordan, I have Saudi Arabia asking for the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. An institutional arrangement is very important for the scientific panel to have all the subsidiary bodies that required to carry its function. And we believe in order to have a very effective arrangement for such an institutional body, usually, as we said earlier, the structure will follow the function. And as we make more progress in contact group 1 discussing the function, the scope, and what's the operationalization model that we're looking for, we will have more clarity on how the institutional arrangement would take place, what different expert group, bodies, interaction with the stakeholders, industry, and how this actually governance will take place, which is I echo my respected colleague from Japan as she indicated and elaborated more into that issue. In addition, I think as we're running those two contact group in parallel, more of iterative work done between the two groups will help us to shape and fully understand how the institutional arrangement will take place. And once these institutional arrangements taken place, we could even go and fully understand the interaction model between different subsidiary bodies or stakeholders and industry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have women major group on my list. If there's no further member states asking for the floor, I suggest that we take that intervention and then I make quickly a suggested way forward. And one NGO and... Oh, sorry. I think... Okay. It seems that interpretation time is very short. I take women major group and then we close, and when we resume I will have no, damn. Sorry. I have Switzerland. So apologies, women major group, I have Switzerland, and then I have women major group, NGO 179, NGO 175, but you will be allowed to speak when we resume. I have now Switzerland, and then I would like to adjourn this session. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. The panel will provide scientific consensus around crucial policy questions. In order to achieve that, an independent intergovernmental panel can do that. The work of the panel needs to be transparent and impartial, as mentioned by the UNEA Resolution 5/8 that we have adopted. The structure needs to ensure that and should separate the policy from the science, but allow to bridge the two. We would like to work with INF10, and we believe it is important to consider in particular examples from the IPCC and IPBES and the lessons learned, as also pointed out by other interventions. We will look forward to working in a contact group. We also believe that this discussion is in fact influenced by the discussion on the conflict of interest policy, a crucial discussion that also will take place in the other contact group, and we therefore also support your proposal that there is exchange and iterations between the work of the different contact groups in order to ensure those links. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. And you just left me the time to adjourn our session for this morning and to announce that we get back to plenary at 3 o'clock. Have a good lunch and see you later this afternoon. Thank you.
Seat 60. Richard. for 1 minute, there's something we're checking.
I just have a quick question when you have a second. Take your time. Oh, there's a water bottle there. I'm gonna fill my water bottle up, so that's a good call.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 3 minutes past 3. I give another few minutes, but then I would like to start. Good afternoon, everybody. So, as we resume the second session of the ad hoc open-ended working group on a science policy panel to contribute further to the sound management of chemicals and waste and to prevent pollution, I call this session to order. As you may remember, before we left for a lunch, and I really hope that you have been able to make use of this time. It might be that in the continuation of the week you may have less time to have some lunch. I recall that we had a couple of interventions that we would still expect. So I have on my list the Women Major Group, followed by NGO 179, followed by NGO 175. I'm not sure if the Women Major Group is in the room, and I see they are. So I would now like to give the floor to the Women Major Group. You have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Ms. Chair. Distinguished delegates, my name is Dalia Marquez from Juventud Unida en Acción, and I am speaking on behalf of the UNEP Women's Major Group, Farmers, Science and Technology, Indigenous People and Children and Youth Major Group. We believe in the recognition of the major group and other stakeholders as an essential strategy to ensure inclusion of the most affected people and also those people in vulnerable situations, the ones facing the worst side of the consequences because chemical and waste pollution, but also improving with research and solutions-oriented innovations. Innovation in this context also means more diverse stakeholder and wider actor engagement, collaboration, and mutual learning among major groups and stakeholders in order to enhance impact of the assessment for chemicals, waste, and pollution. We call for the inclusion of the major groups and other stakeholders in this panel. There are a wide range of stakeholders with a diverse set of voices, and the engagement must allow for that. Major groups and stakeholders need to have input into all nomination processes in this panel, including into bureaus and committees, governance aspect of the panel, as well as the experts who conduct the assessment, like practical work of the panel. For example, there should be open calls for nomination, as in the GEO process. The nomination should have criteria for inclusion and diversity and other systems of knowledge, like local knowledge, citizens' science, and indigenous people knowledge. There should also be representation of all the major groups recognized in the Agenda 21 and other stakeholders in the governance of the panel. The current proposal only includes health, environment, industry, trade unions, and public interested groups. We would like to push for the establishment of the multidisciplinary youth expert group to share youth perspectives and expertise on the issue of chemical waste and pollution. Additionally and finally, we advocate for responsible private sector engagement, cautioning against accrediting organizations with potential conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Women Major Group for sharing your views and highlighting some considerations that could be taken into account. I now call on NGOs number 179. Please identify yourself for the meeting before you speak. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I am from the Caribbean Poison Information Network, University of Technology, Jamaica. I'm Sharika Whitelop Balancing, and I'm speaking on behalf of IPEN, an international network of over 600 civil society organizations from 127 countries. Access to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, including a safe and healthy working environment, is a universal human right, as are the science-based policies to protect the human rights of individuals and communities exposed to hazardous substances. We thank the Secretariat for providing several useful documents for this OEWG and look forward to participating effectively in this week's discussions. We have a few brief initial reflections we would like to present for your consideration. Firstly, we appreciate the provision on transparency of decision-making process. This transparency will be vital also for the working process laid out under the institutional arrangements. We therefore ask you to consider explicitly mentioning this transparency also in the beginning of this section. Secondly, we support the establishment of an interdisciplinary expert committee. It would be helpful to include a note in this section that a lack of full scientific certainty should not prevent the development of policies to protect human health and the environment, mirroring Article 8 under the Stockholm Convention. We welcome the elements related to broad stakeholder participation. Participation should be inclusive and interdisciplinary to ensure a wide range of expert voices are heard. Finally, it is vital for the credibility of the future science policy panel and its subsidiary bodies that robust conflict of interest policies are in place throughout the different work processes, including for experts of the panel and also for partnership for relationships with stakeholders. Its work and decision-making process must be transparent and impartial. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ipen, also for sharing with us a couple of considerations or principles to keep in mind when we are discussing on the institutional arrangements for the panel. I now have on my list NGO number 175, and similarly, if you are in the room, please identify yourself. You are there.
Yeah.
You have the floor.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Jill Hanna, and I am representing the Global Alliance on Health and Pollution, an NGO accredited to UNEP, which works with through international and national level agencies committed to a collaborative, multi-sectoral approach to address the global pollution crisis and its health and economic impacts. GAP undertakes advocacy, research, and projects to identify actions developing countries can take. We were a leading force in the 2017 Lancet Commission report on pollution and health and its update from 2019. This morning, I was very encouraged to hear from a lot of countries that they supported models from IPBES and IPCC in the way the elements of this panel would work. However, I think we need to remember that the Secretariat's proposal also drew on the governance model of the strategic approach to international chemicals management, which is now the global framework on chemicals. This is a very important step forward in that it uses the presence of major groups, stakeholders, NGOs in the wider sense, as part of the fundamentals of the arrangement. And for us, that is a very welcome proposal. I would just note in closing that in the papers of the Secretariat, two slightly different models are given. One in the paper Inf 10 in a footnote 6, and the other in the institutional relations document in the relevant paragraph. And I hope that the Secretariat will enlighten us at the appropriate place as to which was meant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know how to express the abbreviation for your organization, but thank you for sharing your views with us and encouraging to build upon existing models, and also highlighting that there might be, in the ensuing discussion, need for some clarifications by the Secretariat. On this last point, I just want to note that indeed the Secretariat, as we discussed, would be at the availability for the contact group in case if any clarification would need to be made in the ensuing discussions. This finalizes the list of speakers that we have in addressing institutional arrangement and the relationship with relevant key stakeholders. And keeping in mind the views expressed, as well as the agreement that the proposed clustering for our work in contact groups, could I make the following suggestion, also keeping in mind some of the comments that were raised during the discussion on the skeleton outline, noting that we may have not included all elements that were on the table in all the contact groups. Could I suggest that could I take it that the open-ended working group could agree to establish contact group 2 with a view to develop proposals on institutional arrangement, keeping in mind the document on the relationship with relevant key stakeholders, also keeping in mind the agreement to start or to use information document 10 as a starting point for the considerations, and as well to address section D on evaluation, to consider that, including whether finally this needs to be addressed as an annex, as suggested by our colleague from Saudi Arabia. If I hear no request for the floor, this is so decided. And I would like to provide you with the mandate for the contact group, which would be then to finalize the proposals for institutional arrangements included in section C, of the skeleton outline and to consider section D, including whether to address it as an annex, as well as to consider how stakeholders will be engaged within the panel and possible strategic partnerships. And also, I suggest that the contact group may wish to consider any mandate for intersessional work in preparation for the third session of the open-ended working group. If I hear no objections, this is also so decided. Oh, I see Saudi Arabia. You have the floor, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarification. So I heard you said under contact group number 2 will also discuss intersessional work. I thought that one is part of contact group number 4. Could you clarify, please?
Yeah, sorry, maybe this was an anticipation on some requests that had been made earlier, but maybe we should, so the idea, as I understood, would be that the contact groups that are discussing on content could consider, or are maybe in the best position to consider what requests for further information to make to the Secretariat, and that could then be carried over for further discussing on how to organize the intersessional work when we establish contact group 4 on the budget and the intersessional work. So that was the thinking. If this is acceptable, Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we understand we're trying to maximize, but however, for contact group number 2, the amount of work for institutional arrangement is actually a bigger task. I'm even afraid if we can even finish it before even this meeting this week take place. So I'd rather we prefer the intersessional work as we stick to the agenda for contact number 4, please.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. So I take this back, this proposal, and let's consider how to deal with intersessional work when we get to agenda item 5. Thank you. So then I go back to the proposed mandate with the proposed amendment as just made by Saudi Arabia, and I look at the room to see whether this is a mandate that we can work on. And if there's no request for the floor, it is so decided. I would now like to appoint Ms. Sofia Tingstorp of Sweden and Ms. Judith Torres of Uruguay to serve as the co-facilitators of this contact group. And since it seems that we are going quite quickly through the meeting today, I would like to suggest that when we are getting to the end of the plenary, we come back to you with the proposed scheduling for the work in the contact group for today. Let us now turn to document 2/6, which provides an overview of work-related processes and procedures and related information documents. Assuming that over the week there will be more clarity on the scope and functions of the panel as well as how it operates, including its an outline of the institutional arrangements, the working group may wish to consider to provide further guidance on its work-related processes and procedures, including on processes for determining the work program of the panel, including a prioritization mechanism, arrangements for identifying and engagement with experts to contribute to the work of the panel, and the procedures for the review and adoption of the deliverables of the panel. May I now ask the Secretariat to briefly introduce those documents? Tessa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And if we can turn to the slides for the work-related processes and procedures. Working document 6 sets out some of the key considerations for work-related processes and procedures, referring to examples from other science policy interfaces. This working document is complemented by a number of information documents, which include a compendium of the text of work-related processes and procedures for several of the other science policy interfaces. These include a background document on the process for determining and executing the work program, also a background document on the arrangements for identifying and engaging with experts to contribute to the work of the panel, and on procedures for the review and adoption of reports and assessments produced by the panel. In relation to information document 10, there are 2 annexes that eventually could contain text on work-related processes and procedures. These are Annex 3 for the process for determining the work program, including prioritization, and Annex 4 on the procedures for the preparation and clearance of panel deliverables. Next slide. Therefore, some additional information documents might be useful for consideration in the connection with working document 6, including information document 9, which provides a summary and analysis of the submission received on the needs and the panel's needs and questions the panel may handle. Furthermore, there's an addendum to information document 10 that also outlines procedures for receiving and prioritizing requests put to the panel that may be of use. Next slide. Some of the key considerations for the development of the work program include whether the work program should have a fixed time frame or use a rolling work program approach. The approach for receiving and prioritizing requests or submissions for the work program, and there's a number of questions associated with that, including who can submit requests, what information will be required to support submissions, and who will screen and prioritize them. The criteria for the prioritization, criteria as well for nomination and selection of experts, and processes for the review and adoption of reports and assessments. And finally, the annex on financial rules and procedures. With that, Chair, I'll hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for providing again a brief overview of the documentation that is in front of us. I would now like to open the floor to seek any guidance on the topics to be addressed under this topic. So you have the floor. Saudi Arabia.
Just a question, Madam Chair. This is regarding contact group number 3, right? Thank you.
So, sorry, I nodded, but I should actually do this in the microphone. But yes, indeed. Depending on the feedback I get, I would have proposed to address this in contact group number 3. I now have the EU. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, we'll make a few reflections also on the previous points on relationship with key stakeholders, where EU and member states attach great importance to involvement of all the stakeholders in the work of the panel at the appropriate levels, which will contribute to transparency in the work of the panel, to the incorporation of the best available expertise and information, and will enhance the outreach and impact on its products. In this regard, we appreciate the draft text proposals on strategic partnerships provided in the information document 10, which constitute a good basis to start discussion in establishing strategic partnerships. The panel should indeed act in line with UN and UNEP rules of procedure. And as regards work-related processes and procedures, the tables of content provided in the Inf 10 document provide a starting point for discussion, even if they will need to be filled with concrete text proposals. To this end, the EU and its member states in general believe that the processes and procedures established under IPBS and IPCC could be valid models to be adopted to the work of the future panel, taking into account the specificities of the future panel in each aspect. Also, the EU and the member states suggest prioritizing the development of those processes and procedures which are necessary to be developed by the open-ended working group over those which can be decided once the panel is established. In this respect, we consider that the conflict of interest protocol is a priority to be proposed by the open-ended working group. For the other procedures, the open-ended working group might develop first proposals, if time allows, which could then be further developed by the future panel itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EU, and my understanding was that your first part of the statement in fact relates to the previous agenda item. I would allow this for now, but please be aware that I invited you to try to focus on the issues for discussion. And also thank you for providing thoughts about prioritization and how we could address several issues. Any other view on the work-related processes? If not, may I then take it that the open-ended working group agrees to establish contact group 3 to consider the work-related processes and procedures, and that they would also be able to take information 10 as a starting point for their considerations. And address the different processes that have been proposed to the meeting. If there is no further request for the floor, this is so decided. And I would suggest that the more specific mandate for the contract group is to start developing proposals on how to address the work-related processes and procedures as outlined in the document. And I would also suggest that Ms. Katarina Sapkova from Czech Republic apologies, and Molboeng Juliet Patlan from Lesotho to serve as the co-facilitators for this contact group. If I hear no objections, this is so decided. Okay, let me now turn to agenda item 5, which is options for the timetable and organization of the future work of the ad hoc open-ended working group. Before, oh, sorry. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Just a question, Madam Chair. Contact group number 5, is it under agenda 4 or 5? Because we haven't discussed it.
Sorry, Saudi Arabia, if we would consider agenda item 5, my proposal would be that we would set out a mandate for contact group 4. So as far as we have now considered all the working documents under agenda item 4, and we had set out the mandates and the facilitators for contact groups 1, 2, and 3. And so it's maybe I should have said that this means that for now we have addressed agenda item 4, but of course it's not closed. We will come back to it depending on the progress that is made. But for the sake of clarity and for the purpose of being able to make progress in this plenary, I suggest we turn to agenda item 5 to possibly set out a mandate for contact group 4. That would be the idea. Thank you. So basically you have heard my tentative conclusion of this part of the meeting already. But before I open the floor for any interventions, I would like to ask the Secretary to introduce agenda item 5 and in particular document 2/7. Tessa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The relevant document under agenda item 5 is document 7, which provides an update from the Secretariat on work undertaken in the period between the first and the second session, and budget expenditure, as well as the provisional work plan. Next slide. We would like to really appreciate all the countries that have been supporting the science policy process open-ended working group so far and contributed to the work. The slide you are seeing is an update from the information provided in document 7 as we received further support over the past few weeks. So as per the end of November, we would like to sincerely appreciate the contributions of Switzerland, the United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, France, Germany, Norway, the European Commission, the Netherlands, Japan, the United States, Belgium, Finland, Austria, and all countries that contribute to the UNEP Environment Fund. Next slide. Having those updates, we also are able to provide you with an overview of the budget and expenditure status, which is also an update in comparison with the information provided in document 7. And whereas it's important to note that expenditures are recorded here until the end of the 30th of October, meaning predating this particular meeting, the current funding gap for which further resources need to be mobilized is $2.597699 US. Next slide. So the ad hoc open-ended working group may wish to consider the following aspects in relation to document 7. Review the budget and expenditures of the open-ended working group. Discuss the provisional work plan in the lead-up to the open-ended working group 3. And in this context, member states may also wish to consider some of the proposals made by other contact groups during the second session of the open-ended working group, as well as consider other possible activities such as regional meetings. Member states may also wish to note that there will be a very short time frame between this second session of the open-ended working group and the third session, which is planned for June 2024. The open-ended working group also may wish to discuss and agree on the intersessional process for the preparation of proposals for the establishment of the panel, including the development of relevant resolutions or decisions, and discuss the cost estimates for the intersessional period leading up to open-ended working group 3, as well as the intersessional period between the third session of the open-ended working group and the intergovernmental meeting. And finally, the open-ended working group may wish to consider the securing of the additional funding needed to conclude the open-ended working group process within its ambitious time frame as set out in UNEA Resolution 5/8. And I hand back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tessa, for that overview and also the information in the relevant documents. It is my understanding, indeed, that there is a relationship between intersessional work that is anticipated and the budget that would be required for the open-ended working group to make their preparations. So, having said that, I would like to open the floor to seek any guidance from the working group on this agenda item. So the floor is yours. I see a request from Spain, and I guess this is on behalf of the EU. EU, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidente.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Indeed. Spain wishes to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. We would like to start by thanking the Secretariat for issuing document 2/7. Thank you so much for all the work carried out by the Secretariat in the intersessional period, as well as for questions related to budget expenditure. We find this document to be a good basis for our discussions. We should like to thank all those who have contributed so generously to support the work of the Secretariat and to support the ad hoc open-ended working group. The EU and its member states note that the program of work and budget could benefit from being more transparent. The EU and its member states consider that due to the limited time for the open-ended working group process, it is necessary to agree on a mandate to start the work of the open-ended working group. We consider that intersessional work, including by the Secretariat, must relate to the gaps and needs identified during the session. We are, of course, happy to further discuss this matter we also stand ready to actively engage in the discussions on budget and intersessional work within the framework of a contact group or an informal setting. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you, EU, for these thoughts. Any other views? Could I turn a question to the room? Because I think in setting out a mandate for the contact group, you may wish to consider whether you want to use this group, this room, to have a very, let's say, detailed discussion on the budget, or whether this is better to do this in a smaller informal setting before bringing this back to the contact group, so that those who are interested to engage with the Secretariat to get a better understanding on what is behind the proposed budget lines, and maybe, as I heard from the EU, maybe a better way of, in a more transparent way, provide the budget to the group. So I just turn it to the group if it might be a better use of our time to have first this informal consultation for those interested with the Secretariat, which could then result maybe in a slightly changed presentation of the budget and clarify some of the items that are included in there, assuming that if it moves to more transparency, this is also clarified. And that could be then a basis for the discussion in the contact group once they are in a position to consider intersessional work in more detail to be done. So if I don't hear any objection to this proposal, can I then suggest the following way forward? One is to schedule time, and we will come to the scheduling later, for interested member states and stakeholders to discuss in more detail with the Secretariat on the budget-related issues as an input to further consideration in the contact group before it comes back to the working group. And then secondly, may I take it that the open-ended working group would agree to establish the contact group number 4 to consider the budget as well as possible intersessional work towards our next session and maybe beyond, as was presented by the Secretariat. If that is the case, if I see. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since this is the first time we are taking the floor, I also give my sincere thanks to the government of Jordan and of Kenya for organizing this meeting, and to the Secretariat for all the documents prepared. We have a question regarding the intersessional work and whether you could clarify. I think that was in line with the question also from Saudi Arabia about the contact group number 3 and whether intersessional work will be discussed there as well. And the reasoning for this question is also that we think that there will be a more constructive discussion in those contact groups to identify what work should be done intersessionally. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I see that Japan has asked for the floor. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you so much for your great proposal about informal consultation on the background of the budget. And Japan, as a donor country, would like our contribution to be used effectively for establishing the SPP. In this context, we would like to clarify some of the elements in the proposed budget plan in 2024, particularly the elements whose costs are estimated much more than the previous year. So the document shows the serious limitations of the budget, so we need to think about how we use the limited budget effectively. So that would be a very great proposal, and we would like to join the informal consultation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Japan. Any other requests for the floor? I think I'm just thinking out loud. So for the contact group 4 to be able to consider intersessional work in a useful manner, it is my belief that it might be helpful if the contact groups that are discussing on substance may find themselves, in a way that they find out that maybe at this point in time they may need more information before being able to further finalize some elements of what they are discussing. At the same time, I think also the Secretariat proposed a couple of elements that you may wish to consider that not necessarily are subject to what you're discussing in the other 3 contact groups, such as, what is necessary to prepare us to submit our proposals to the intergovernmental meeting in the form of recommendations, draft decisions or resolutions, whatever form it is taking. So there may be an option for you to consider that the different contact groups 1, 2, and 3, when they identify that there is a need to have intersessional work to be done by the Secretariat, either a request for a document or any other form that you may come up and that you have agreement in those groups, that these are collected in a way and then, handed over, submitted to contact group 4 so that they have a full overview, so that it also makes it possible for them to consider how the intersessional work that you finally will be requesting for the preparation for the next session relates to the budget, so that we also have a good overview of where possible gaps are and how the budget can be used. So that would be a proposal from the chair, knowing that some contact groups have a lot of issues to consider, but also assuming that in the ensuing discussions, the need for further requests for information or other types of intersessional work will express itself once you are discussing. And if this is a way forward that that you can accept, I would put it to you that we add to the mandates that I have just clarified on contact groups 1, 2, 3, for them to consider identifying and considering possible intercessional work that they could then submit to contact group 4 that could consider this in its entirety at a later stage in our meeting. If there is no objection to this proposal, it is so almost. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, could you clarify, basically, are we going back and opening agenda item number 4? And also, we're changing the mandate for the 3 contact groups that already decided. Could you clarify, please?
Thank you. Maybe it's not entirely changing the mandate, I would say, but it's actually adding an element to facilitate the mandate for contact group 4. I don't know if that's Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, technically, legally, if we go and change any element, whether add in or take in, it's actually changing the mandate, and also with opening the agenda item back again. So we need the clarity on that, and the proposal that you gave this morning, and we all agreed, and including even our regional statement on the way forward with the 4 contact groups, that is intercessional work, is done under contact group number 4. The reason why we're saying that, yet we have no clarity on what this panel needs to do to start with, what institutional arrangement there, and then we are discussing at the same time, where we have no clue what's going on, what intercessional work that we need to do. We haven't even agreed on the fundamental elements of the panel. Now we're suggesting additional work that we haven't even agreed on how we even proceed. We would see that it would add a value. Once we conclude this, we will know exactly what needs to be done, because it is time, it is budget, it is resources that we're spending, and we need to have traction into the formulating and understanding the panel. We don't want to have another working group or intercessional 2.2 or 2.3 as well. So that's the reason, that's the concern we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. I have Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. So this delegation believes that each group should strive to fully deliver on its task, and that this week the work can and should be advanced considerably. The groups 1, 2, 3 and their facilitators will be well placed to take stock of where they got to, and that they should, for their area, identify what will need to be prepared or done up to the next meeting, to prepare for that meeting. And we therefore agree that this will facilitate the task of defining how to best prepare for the next meeting, and we support therefore the proposed way forward, also noting that likely this is something that we would task the Secretariat with in terms of preparations for the next meeting, and that this does not necessarily involve additional meetings of colleagues attending the meeting here this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. Any other views? I have Antigua and Barbuda. Barbados, I don't know. Apologies, I do this wrong all the time. A and B.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Antigua and Barbuda. Based on the discussions, I think the proposal made by Switzerland is a pragmatic one, and I think the groups individually are best placed to identify the gaps in the work and perhaps to indicate what needs to happen going forward. And then if that is somehow consolidated by the Secretariat and a stock taking done such that we may then pass this on perhaps to a contact group to further flesh out, I think it doesn't change fundamentally what we're trying to do. So I would fully support your proposal and to support the intervention made by Switzerland. Thank you.
Thank you, and apologies for not getting the name of your country right in my head for quite some time now. I'll try to do my best in the continuation of the meeting. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry to come back. I will just very short support your proposal, and as also explained by Switzerland. Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder, Saudi Arabia, with those clarification, and maybe also to add from my perspective, I know that we are in a process where we are just starting to discuss on most of the issues, and we also know that, in a way, progress in one discussion influences progress in another discussion. However, I also understand that in that road that you're going, you will find out possibly where there is information lacking that may help you when you come back in the next session, assuming you have made progress on some elements in trying to find a common view. And you may have, as our colleague from Antigua and Barbuda said, you may have identified some areas where there may be gaps and there's a need for more information that could be handed to you either in the form of further documentation or maybe in the form of webinars or other possible ways of addressing those gaps that can help you for the next meeting to be better prepared in a way to finalize or to finalize the proposals that you may want to develop on the different elements to present to the intergovernmental meeting. And maybe it might not be such a big additional task because you will kind of stumble to the need for further information. So I wonder if this could help you to agree with the proposed way forward. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we share the same concern with the rest of the member states that we want to utilize the time very effectively, and we want to understand others' views as well, and try not to leave any opportunity that where we can contribute and accelerate the work. The only concern I have is from 2 points of view. The first one is we have rules and procedures that we follow. If we have an item that's been closed, it is closed unless everyone agrees to reopen it. And for us as Saudi Arabia, we don't have a problem. We will have the flexibility for us to accelerate the work. We don't have a problem with that. We want the work to be accelerated, and that's why we are inquiring and trying to understand what the process. If everyone agrees, because now I think you want to open agenda item number 4, am I right?
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. And thank you for clarifying your concerns. I think they are well understood, and I think there's certainly a difference between the work that logically is clustered in contact group 1 and in contact group 2, and the work that is to be done in the proposed 2 other contact groups. Also in terms of timing and how to schedule the meetings, making sure that sufficient time is allowed for you to consider those elements that need to be developed to be able to have a comprehensive overview of where you are, to finalize the proposals to establish the panel. So that that concern is clearly heard, and I think if you looked at the schedule, even though it's not perfect, I think it's also reflected in the time and the timing that was proposed, but that will be changing considering the views that we have heard today. But I think it also already highlighted that distinction by scheduling less time and also later timing for the work to be done in contact groups 4 and contact group 3. With regard to, I think I carefully didn't close agenda item 4. I said for now, but I do take your point on procedure. I would just say that maybe the discussion under agenda item 5 resulted in evolved insight, which made me realize that we might want to come back on where to address most efficiently what could be considered to be addressed in the intersessional period. And so that was the reason why I suggested to come back to that issue. I also heard some flexibility from your side, taking into account that I did hear your concern, and I think when we discuss on the scheduling for the work to be done, not only for today, but also tomorrow morning in the Bureau when we look at the next days, we will take this concern into account. And then my question is, would would that be acceptable for you to come back to the same proposal I made earlier, resolving the concerns that you have expressed, making sure that sufficient time is dedicated to discuss the issues in contact groups 1 and 2, to make sure that we facilitate an iterative process that facilitates sufficiently to have a comprehensive view of where you are in discussing on scope and functions before finalizing any discussion that you may have that may be useful, also inform back on your discussions on scope and functions in a way that I think you all know the phrase, nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. And I wonder if on that basis you could accept the proposed way forward and accept that we would ask additionally to the mandate that we had agreed under agenda item 4 to also consider how to say that, to identify and consider intercessional work as an input to the further consideration by contact group 4. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your proposal. If I understand your proposal clearly, basically you want to add to group number 1, 2, and 3 the additional task of identifying potential intercessional work that to be reported within their reports that could be considered into contact number group 4. Am I right? And your proposal also to allocate enough time for contact group number 1 and 2 to conclude their work. Does that mean if we haven't made enough progress in 1 and 2, you will continue rolling 1 and 2 for further time before we start the 3 and 4 to allocate it to reach a substantive progress into those two groups? Or what is the suggestion exactly?
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. I think it is a matter of prioritizing. I wonder if it is to the benefit and maybe also within the purview of the positions of all the member states in the room to, let's say, not start the work on budget and intercessional work or on work-related processes and procedures until you have totally finalized the discussions on scope, function, and institutional arrangements. I think we all would benefit, on the one hand, from having clarity on the budget and how it will be used, and also what is the work that is necessary for preparations for the next session. And secondly, there's also I think there may be merit in starting some exchange of views on some of the work-related processes to inform also your discussions, so you have better discussions in your work in contact group 1 and 2. So as I said in the beginning, it could be an iterative process, but indeed not to take too much time out of the work that is important to everybody to finalize as much as possible your deliberations on scope, functions, operating principles, conflict of interest, and institutional arrangements. So that is the idea. And in terms of planning, I think this is something to this is then the guidance in our considerations in the Bureau to make sure that we address your concern and at the same time also allow us to have fruitful and informative exchange of views on those issues that can inform the discussions that are most prioritized by, I think, if I read a little bit the room, most of us. So that is the answer. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for clarifying it. For us, we have no problem going with adding the additional tasks to the 3 groups. That is no problem. As you mentioned, you will allocate majority of time for the first 2 groups, majority of the time. So we're looking like 70% or whatever. It is very important for us also to have exchange of views on contact group 3 and 4, which is totally agree, but it's not the same magnitude of a time. And with that, we have no problem to go forward if that's the proposal accepted for everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Having said that, so could I come back to my suggestion that we add to the mandates of the contact groups 1, 2, and 3 established under agenda item 4 to identify and consider possible intersessional work to fit into the work of contact group 4 that would consider the budget and the intersessional work to prepare for the next session and possibly beyond. And if that is the case, I would see no further request for the floor, so it is so decided. So with that, I would like to suggest that for contact group 4, Ms. Anna Berijani from Georgia and Tox Akinsey from the United Kingdom would be the co-facilitators for contact group 4. And I would furthermore suggest that the informal consultation on the budget would be facilitated with the help of Dr. Xinyu Li from China. If there's no objections, it is so decided. And then I suggest we take a few minutes for us to consider and propose the way forward. In terms of scheduling, just 1 minute. Okay. Apologies. It took a bit of puzzling looking at the time. But we do have a proposal somewhere. So what we would like to suggest is that contact group 1 can meet in their first discussion on operating principles at 5 o'clock to 6:30 in conference room 3. And then they will meet from 6:30 till 8, also in conference room 3, to discuss initially on conflict of interest. Then we suggest that the informal dialogue on budget with interested member states would take place at 8:15 in the Governance Affairs Boardroom in the UNEP building. Or if there is a huge group coming, they can move to conference room 9. Then contact group 2 would start its work considering the decision-making bodies, oversight bodies, and subsidiary bodies in a first discussion in conference room 4 from 5:30 to 8:30. We are quite ahead of schedule, so hopefully, we don't need to use the entire night. Of course, if the contact group desires, they can make their own discussions, but this is our suggestion. And then, following the feedback from the groups, we will discuss in the bureau tomorrow morning, taking into account what we have just discussed, the continuation of the schedule for the contact groups. I see Saudi Arabia is asking for the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your proposal to start early and gain time. However, since the plenary this morning, we were under the impression that we start at 7 p.m. And that's why I sent most of our delegation to go relax and come back at 7. So this way, it's very, very difficult for us to do that. I know, and it is an excellent opportunity to start ahead. However, we already made those plans based on the decision you made. So I don't think that would be very effective for us. And I believe even maybe other delegations, they made similar arrangement where certain members they're actually joining. So I would ask for your kindness to reconsider, and then we can actually softly start as a group or discussions in the meantime. So it's very difficult for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. I think the lesson learned is maybe in the scenario note we don't take so much detail to plan for our work, because I think probably most of us understand that things always go different from what you think. I also thought that in the scenario note we indicated that it is a tentative schedule. I wonder if it is possible you have half an hour to reach out to your colleagues and ask them to be here on the compound. They miss maybe 10 minutes. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, you discussed some in the scenario note, but you did confirm it in the plenary this morning. to be 7 o'clock. We'll do our best. If we can actually start at 6, there might be enough time to call them to be here at 6. That would be in between 5:30 and 6. That would give us enough time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Saudi Arabia. Any other views? I would then suggest to make some slight changes to the proposed. I hope your colleagues are not doing the budget discussions. What I would like to suggest is that between 5 and 6, we schedule for the budget informal discussions in Governance Affairs room. And then, where's my... Sorry, that then the contact group 1 on operating principles would meet from 6 to 7:30 in conference room 3. They will address conflict of interest from 7:30 till 9. As I said, the informal dialogue on budget will be from 5 to 6 in the governance affairs room. And then contact group 2 would meet from 6 to 9 in conference room 4. If that is an acceptable way forward to all of you, that is so decided. And we will reflect this also on the screen so that everybody has a clear understanding of when we are meeting in which contact group on what topic. And then I would like, before I adjourn this session, I would like to remind you, as we had agreed this morning, that we would have that we would turn back on the item on election of officers tomorrow morning. So I would urge all of you to be there at 10 o'clock in the morning. We would start at 10 sharp, and we would also after getting the feedback from the contact groups, start immediately going back to agenda item 2. With that, I would like to adjourn the session for now, and I wish you all very fruitful discussions in the contact group. Please reach out to all your colleagues that need to be there, and so that we can be as inclusive as possible. Thank you, and see you tomorrow in plenary.